Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Hey, so this is Implish again. I'm working on a language for my courses, and both to power the courses and to be the subject of the course and to be a language you can use in the course to work through the course. So it's kind of an all-purpose singing and dancing little mini language. I've talked about it a little bit before. I talked about it in detail on my last video, so the first version of the series. So if you go to Tangent Code Implish on GitHub, it's got the whole little README that has kind of the information about it, and I talked about it last time. I guess I should switch my camera over. So it looks a little bit like this, but it doesn't do anything yet. So this is a comment. This is FizzBuzz here. This is for I in range 100. So I need to evaluate this now. We need to have for, if, else, and I guess mod. So I give some symbol for the modulus operator. Probably I will. Right, FizzBuzz, that's right to standard output. And then echo would be to echo something with a blank line at the end of it. So that's where I'm at right now. I need to make this work. So as of yesterday, I could take this and paste it into the REPL here, which is currently a read-print loop. There's no evaluation step. So if I paste that in, paste that. You see it returns it's a comment. That's actually a little bit buggy. It should actually treat this as almost like a string. But then the next step, when I hit this, it actually parses all that and then dumps it out exactly as you see it. So keeping track of the new lines, and so it's it's not really doing any pretty printing here. It's just remembering what I typed in. So that's what it looks like. So the idea now is to make this work. So rather than just print it out, it should actually do something here. So that is today's work. So yesterday I did, I got it to this point. So this is the writer, and it just kind of recursively walks the expression and returns a string. So the expression is a little bit like a XML value. So you've got a tag, which is one of these types or whatever. It has an attribute, which is a dictionary, and then it has value, which in the case of top, that would be a list of all the top level elements that we typed in or that you got from the file. Sep is the separator token, which would be a semicolon or a new line. An int is an integer. A string is a string. MLS is a multi-line string, and that doesn't quite work yet. A sim is a symbol, which is like a unquoted string, right? It doesn't have quotes around it, so just like an identifier. And then a list is just any kind of container, and there's various kinds of containers. Generally, the curly braces and parentheses and brackets, and then a word like this where it says eval, and then it has opening parentheses at the end of it. That's one token. Yeah, so that's the where we're at right now. And so now I want to turn this into the same kind of thing. And I think I need, so I had some trouble with this keyword whenever you do a map. I guess I could do a for loop or whatever, but I chose to use a map, and that causes this to get out of whack. I guess when combined with recursion, that did that. So anyway, let's see. I guess the first thing we would do is let's just return x. So that does nothing, and then that way we can insert it in the right place, and then that way it won't move this out of the way. That way we might move all these things to the same file or something. In fact, they might not even need to be classes. In fact, do they need to be classes? Like, they have no state. Yeah, this has no state. Oh, we might do that in a second. All right, so then we would say import the read. Does read have state? Kind of does. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm ready to turn read into a function, but write could be a pure function. So we could just call this show or whatever. I might do that in a minute. But for now, let's just leave it like this. We'll see if we have to introduce some state. If we don't have to, then we'll just leave it the same. Anyway, so then we have imp r, imp w, imp e. So then we will sort of show it. We will first transform it. Imp e eval this. And so that should be a refactoring because we haven't done anything yet. So, oops. Okay, well, not refactoring because it doesn't work. Eval 2 plus 2 should give me back 2 plus 2. Okay, so obviously we want that to return 4. Okay. So I do have a test suite here that I could use to run this. And I'm using my little org testing framework. I don't really like this framework, but it's what I have. It's what I made many years ago for LearnTris. Add. What if we say 2 plus 2? Should it print 4 or should it require you to say echo first? I don't know. So echo plus arithmetic. I don't know. We'll see. But I'll use this to run these tests. So I'm going to try and get these two expressions to work right now. And so how would I run that? I run tanko test. Missing or duplicate name for test. It's weird. $9.30. Oh, I don't have a test name here. All right, so yeah, these are all future stuff I want to work on, and I'll talk about that later. Okay, so function call and arithmetic. So basically we need to figure out echo, right? So if I go into imp.mjs and I type echo hello, it's just going to print out echo hello because that's what we've told it to do. I guess we need to say so we do need like a null type. I'm gonna check this in. So like Yeah. So add sub for eval. And I might, yeah, I'll probably do that later. The renaming this is just a function. We'll see what it looks like at the end. This whole thing is a mess. Like this whole asynchronous nonsense thing. It should just be a simple loop. But you can't do that in JavaScript, at least not in Node. Or I guess maybe you can with the async, but. All right. So what if we say these are token types, but they're really like the types of the values. Like that's the whole point of a system like this, is that the values are the values. Every value has an associated. It's not even a token. It's like AST node types. Say types. So I'm going to add nil here. Nil is empty result. Empty value. Empty or unit value. And what I wanted to say is, so like echo is not going to return anything. It's going to like eat that value. What I'm thinking is like, do I print the word nil or not? Because sometimes I want to, right? Because like if you're in Python and you say none, oh, it doesn't print it. There's no. I just typed nil. That didn't work. Null. Okay, so Python doesn't print the none. I think I'm okay with that. But if you said in Python, if you said like none, that would have to show it because otherwise you wouldn't be able to distinguish it from this. I think it's only at the top level. So let res equal and if res is not equal to, or if res dot t res dot 0 not equal to t dot nil, sorry, t dot nil is not imported yet. import t from imp core, yeah. Nil, then console log imp w show. And so now if in Implish, you have to do z on. I should just make that imp. So if we say, oh, you can't actually create a no. And so let's make that a keyword. Yep, that was it. T.nil. And then in imp core, or in imp right, we'll tell it to turn no. All right, so then up here, we'll actually make this a test, no behavior. REPL behavior. Don't print nil. So if we say nil, we would expect to get back. Let's do it in 3 steps. So if we say nil, we would expect to get back nil. And if we type nil, we expect to get back nothing. And if we type 2, we expect to get back 2. And everything but nil. What happened here? Print everything but nil. So let's run the test. Tanko test. And by the way, this works because it knows what in here says. It knows to run this test, and this is how to run it. So you say Tanko test. So the word nil got printed out. I see why that's happening. That's happening because it's actually wrapped in this top thing. So we need to unwrap the top. In fact, actually, that's kind of an interesting thing. Like if we're in red and we type 2, 2, 3, it only prints to 3. Now in Implish, 2, 3 is a single token. That's a list of integers. So that is going to be a special case. But if we said, 3 in cat, the quoted word cat, I would expect that to be the same. So at the top level, I think that we print out 1, 2, we print out 1, 2, and then 1 x should print out x. And is that a quote syntax? No, I think we do it like that. But does it unquote it? It unquotes it. because otherwise, like in red, right? It read if x equals 5 and we print out x, then we're going to get 5, right? That's what we want. So yeah, I think this is a quoting mechanism. Don't print that. I don't know. I don't know if we print that or not. So this, I might have to revisit this at some point. All right, but this is what I expect to happen, and this I will comment out for now because I don't have this expression of like parsing more than one. Like it's called a strand in array languages. Tango test. All right, so we need to print out x, and we need to not print out. All right, so yeah, but even though I'm going to document the behavior that's there now, which is to print out the tick, but I want it to drop the x. So what I'm going to do here I would say the evaluator needs to do this. So the evaluator needs to say, let JV equals x, right? But instead of returning it, so we need to make, we're going to make a thing called nil here in a second. Yeah, that. And then in imp read, we will have it nil. And then we have to import that. Unexpected token at imp read. Imp read, why is imp read broken? It broke something here. I'm probably missing the, yeah, I didn't bracket on that. Sorry, is this emit? No. Although, okay, so in the evaluator we have an extra. Okay, so in the evaluator we have an extra. Okay, because the thing generated. This is actually what I want. Yeah, evaluate a list. Now list. And then we're going to pass it a flag, whether it's like last only or not. How about we say eval list and eval last? That's a nice little pun. Eval last eval. It's not really evaluating the last. It's eval all and return last. How about last eval? That way we eval. How about eval list and last eval? X is for x of x's, or let x of x's. What is this nonsense here? So let TAV equals x, that's correct. Yeah, I don't know what this nonsense. So we get the binding behavior of this, and we'll say, same here, val equals binding behavior. This eval list for I don't think you can say that. Let res equals this eval list if res length. All right, we say return. Hey Ayush, welcome back. Return res.length. If so, then res.pop, else nil. Right, but except you use a colon here. All right, and then for this one, we really can just say exis map this dot eval. Evaluate a list, but return last expression. And that's what we want here. So we want to say it last eval x. So I think that'll work. Let's see what we got. Enco tests. Ooh. Okay, the nested requested mod does not export. So I didn't export. I did. I just didn't save the file. Cannot access T before initialization. Oh, that's entirely valid. I think we can say if res is not equal to nil, the log. Still printing out the nil. Why? Last eval. Imp read, the reader returns nil. Right, okay, so hang on. What's wrong here? This actually is wrong. It does need to be the Cannot read property undefined reading map. Eval list. Okay, something's wrong here. We have to give it X's. Throw error. Invalid type T. Invalid type T. That doesn't make sense. Where is that coming from? That emit. That's not my emit. I think it. I think this is using something. Internal read line emit key press events. How do I see that? Hey, Jermon. I'm gonna for T as imp T. No. The invalid type T is still a problem. So where is that T coming from? Why doesn't it show me? Why doesn't it show me where it's coming from? Right, let's get rid of this. So I have another version called node imp command.mjs, which is so this actually does not run anything, which would explain why my test is failing. Okay, but it doesn't explain why this is failing. Invalid type T. Use node trace uncaught. Trace uncaught 2. Invalid type T. But it's not thrown anywhere that I care about. I mean, it has to be something I just did. If I just say node, no, because it loads everything fine. I use TypeScript. I could use TypeScript. There's no reason I couldn't use TypeScript here. I could just change all these to .ts, right? Maybe this is, no, because this works. Can I say debugger in Node? We get a debugger? Nope. Okay. Right, so it doesn't get here. So the failure is in either eval or read. So read worked, and then, oh, sorry. Read worked, and then this fails, and we don't get the got here. So eval of R. Oh, it's this thing. This is my code. Okay. I didn't write that, right? The Copilot made that. Invalid int type. And I see what's happening here, actually. The problem is this. We want to evaluate on the V, not the X. X is not iterable. Symbol X, eval symbol X, got here. Oh, and show. Okay, so show, we returned a value. So now we're trying to show something. This should be called show. Which is no longer a value. So I didn't wrap it in a type declaration. So yeah, we return the value, but we need to wrap it in a type. Or just not have the everything int string, nil, multi-line string, and symbol are all going to just return themselves. Symbol is actually going to have to do something else. Right. Okay. So now that's doing the right thing. I mean, obviously this should evaluate, but we haven't implemented that. So this is just returning the last token. 1, 2, 3 return. Oh. Invalid type int. Not invalid int value. Is that right? Yeah, so we'll say write, say show, invalid expression, invalid argument. I'm going to say X. So show cannot do that for some reason. Invalid argument int object. 3. To me, that looks like a list of 3 items, one of which is int, and it should have fired on this. Oh, it's a list of 3 things. So it didn't wrap this correctly. Oh, I see. Because if it's a list, then we need to mark it as a list. So t list, right? This is another place where a type system would help. I might just switch over to TypeScript here. Yeah, that's right. So we need to actually say open. We'll actually pass an A. And that way we get curly braces and friends and all that. And this thing. Okay. All right, so now back to the story. If we type nil, yeah, it didn't print, and we're all good. So now we can get rid of all that debug junk. I could make that all one expression, but Now it's something I can debug later. All right, 2 X, and so let's get rid of that debug flag on show, and we're good. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And if we say nil, we get nothing. And if we say 1, we get something. And I should say 2, 3, 5, obviously, but it doesn't. Okay, so we're good. That's so wow, that's a lot of stuff. So gd imp core, just check up on my changes here. Git add, do I have GA? Yes. Alias GA add. Oh no, I did have it. I do have it installed. Gd imp eval.mjs. DOS to Unix. I don't know why it's keeps what happened here that that seems like a white space issue, right? Git config for auto URL. But clearly that's just white space. Did I indent it differently? No? Okay, I'm not sure what happened there, but oops. Git add imp, right? That's line feeds, line feed, line feed, line feed, line feed. Okay, I don't know why that's registering as like a change in .mjs. All right, so git commit -m, introduce nulls, add null, add nil, show all but nil. Probably break this into commits, but multiple commits, but whatever. Hello, everybody. Show all but nil and return and show only last expression. Show only last expression. Okay. On that. So I passed the test, but I haven't actually run the test. So right now imptest.org git diff. So imptest.org is this file right here, and I've added this test that says that it should only return the last expression. But what's happening is that this is not doing anything because all it's doing is echoing the input. So the lines here that have a greater than sign are being sent as input, And then the lines without anything are the output, the expected output. But what the program here is doing is simply reading the input and then printing it out. So what we need to do instead is make a new imp reader. Yeah, that's it. And then, yeah, and then let e equals, oh, we got to get one of those. Probably this all needs to be in one little file, but we'll just do it this way for now. Imp writer, imp write, and then something from imp evaluator from imp eval, let e, let imp w equals imp writer, let evaluator, and also probably the like REPL should be like a thing, but good enough for now. And if it remembers, yeah, it's good enough. And then console.log. Yes. No, this is not good enough because this is not going to pass the test. It's only because now it's going to have the entire input to read at once. And if we wanted to send each thing along the way, we need to break this into lines. So let source equals standard and buffer to string. Let's call it lines. Split on new line. Just in case, we'll how do you remove a? So if we have what? It wasn't responding. Remove a. Nope. Place all a with nothing. Okay, and then so the same thing here, we will say split. Replace all of carriage returns with nothing. I guess I'll use the. All right, so then lines is an array now, and then we will say for let line of lines, and then we'll do all this stuff. And line. Not this. Obviously, this could all be one expression, but nice for debugging to do it like this. But we also need to test whether it's waiting or not. So like whether you have a start of a bracket there. Yeah, all of this like really ought to be like one. Maybe I'll turn this version into a. Into like a. Like I need like a REPL object or something, because I've got duplicate code here. Or maybe I'll just get rid of this prompt thing and replace it with RL wrap, like an external program that wraps it. I find I don't like this asynchronous style of programming. I prefer to write synchronously. So I guess I could use async functions to do this, but even then, you just like I like it's called communicating sequential processes, like Go has. Like it just looks like a sequential process. You don't have to use the async keyword or anything, and that's what I'm going for with that's what I'll be doing with this thing here. Okay, so right, so Why is this wrong? T is not defined. This was something I introduced. So T, we don't need it. Actually was there. This is the wrong file. So then in imp command, we need to import that same thing. Yep. But I still said imp T somewhere. T.net. Maybe I should call it imp T. Okay. That's better. So now, okay, this output is a little weird. This is Tanko doing something weird. So it did print out a dot. So I think that first test passed. And then the second test is now failing. Yes. All right, so what's happening is it says echo hello, and it's printing out hello with that because it's ignoring the echo, because that's just a symbol, and it's returning the string, which is what we've told it to do so far. We haven't told it to do anything else. So if we say node imp command, why not? So I can't actually run this. I can echo what I want to say. Echo hello. Standard in is not a TTY. Teletype. I got this off of Stack Overflow somewhere. This is not read standard in. Node read standard in. I know I can do it that way. Read the document. Oh, that's terrible. Log Rocket's usually got pretty good stuff here. I think we'll do this and get rid of the prompt library. Import readline. I think it's actually like import readline from readline. Import star as readline from readline, yes. It's funny. I really like asynchronous programming, but I don't like it for like input and output. Like this is, sometimes you just want to write a synchronous program. All right, so and we say async loop, async function, REPL. And instead of this, we're going to get rid of file system. We're going to say readline. I'll say let RL is equal to readline create interface processing. Yep, that's it. I don't know about that. Will that work? Let's see if that works. I don't think that works, but we'll try it. Oh, we don't tell it to run the REPL. Right. This is correct. Obviously, 2 plus 2 is not 2, but it's just ignoring the tokens and returning the last thing. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay. All right, well, that's not so bad. I guess when you have a weight in there, that's a whole lot nicer. What is this terminal.false? I was getting that before I got readline. Before I used readline, I believe. All right, well then take a test. Do I even need the prompt thing? To me, this is like a whole lot clearer than that, but I bet I could write the prompt the same way. Or, but I guess here you would have to, you wouldn't just loop through it. You would want to. I'll leave this for now. Superstitious change in imp.js. New, the unadorned. For Tanko. Tango test. Okay, so now we need to evaluate. In the evaluator, it's not just this. It's not just in a map. It's not just a map like this. Why? Why? Because we can't just evaluate each token one at a time. We have to say that some of them are functions. So let's make this a little happy thing. So we'll say for let I actually we do need an I plus plus. What do we want to do here? We want to say, like, most of this is correct. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this. This last line is silly. It's not going to return something. So let's think about this for a minute. What are we going to do here? First of all, we're going to wrap up these little end hickeys. I think I want the tree builder. Like we've got a tree here. All right, so we're going to say builder. Let tree equals, how about call tree builder. And then what at the end, we're going to return tree root. Yeah. So let's ignore this for a second. By default, we're going to emit this dot eval of x is I. Yeah. Going to tree dot emit this, and that should be a no of that. This is map. This is map of eval. Right? It's just we've introduced a new data structure in here. Echo test, same thing. Oh. A new tree builder. Why did that change? Right, so now I can say get stash and then Tenko test, and I believe they're all passed, right? Oh no, so so the first one passed and the second one failed, and then Tenko. So why did this not work the same way? Because we are returning a list and not a type. We took a list that was wrapped in a like this. We need to do it like this. Oh. Like what specifically did it do wrong? It needs to show the test here, right? But it's not doing that. Like I said, I typed in nil. Oh, so it only showed -1. Okay. It didn't print out this, and it didn't print out X, but it printed out the 1. What? I think that tells me what the terminal thing did. Which is that if I put terminal here, I should probably read the docs to see if this is true, but the arrow keys is not true. What? Dang it. Interesting. The arrow keys actually work, but the Okay. Okay. cd imp command.mjs. Use terminal true in readline to allow D. D. Okay, so this is not working the way I expected. This nested. This is not working right. This is wrong. It should not be -1. It's like it's a bad coder. Copilot is a bad coder. 1, 2, 1. That's it. So, go test. Hang on. Ah, but it also causes an echo. All right, so we want. Okay, so node read line detect TTY. Is that a constant or a thing's taking me way that? That's correct. That's correct. I wonder if that's the default. It is. So Copilot screwed me again with that. Screwed me, but okay. So gd imp command.mjs and auto detect. And then imp eval. Right, we haven't checked this in, so I fixed the bug, but I didn't check anything. So this is just a refactoring. So let's go ahead and commit this. This is a do nothing step. This is a refactoring that expands it to make it a place where we can do stuff now. cd imp eval. Now replace map rebuilder to prepping for true eval. Okay. So now we need to know, we need to define some words, and we need to say, well, okay, if this word is so we need to have like words. Is it a symbol table? I think the concept is going to be like a module or lexicon or vocabulary. I'm going to call it a lexicon though for now. We have a word. Okay, so is it more than a dictionary? Maybe a dictionary is just a maybe a lexicon is just a dictionary, like a JavaScript dictionary, or like an object that maps symbols to functions. All right, let's just make it a simplest thing that could possibly work. Let's make it a dictionary now. And we're going to just fill it in with oh, that's interesting. Use nil here. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's start with nil, and that returns nil. Okay. And then so in the reader where we explicitly check for nil, let's delete that. And we'll get rid of nil from here. All right, so then this is going to fail a test because it's going to print out nil when it should not. Yes, see, it says remove this line. And so now let's here, we'll say yes, something like this. We don't need a switch statement here. This is a if statement. This is only special case, I think. If tsim if t is equal to tsim, and then else just emit the value. We don't have to. You don't have to evaluate anything. We just emit it directly. No, we do want to evaluate it because it could be a word. Emit this dot eval x. Except emit the meaning, right? The definition. I don't even need curlies for that. Let's see if that works. I think that passes the tests. Oh, okay. That passed the first test, fails the second test. And what we want to do now is say echo something. So we say echo t dot JavaScript function, which is something that was in my list, arity is 1, arity 1, and then x console.log x. So it says arity here. This really needs to be like a rule, like a grammar rule that's going to look ahead and say, okay, well, right, because that's how we're going to do like loops. I mean, macros and all kinds of things like that. But this, okay, so if w switch, hang on, if switch w0, say let wt wa wv equals w. Switch wt. default. Can you say if let w? I don't think you can. I don't think you're allowed to say this. Yeah, it doesn't let you. Would be nice. All right, so case. I think we just say this. WV is very close. We say apply. This arg is you say this. And then the array arg is WA. We don't need this. We evaluate the list recursively. No, this is not right. It's a good approximation for now, but it doesn't allow nested. This is not the syntax that we would expect. Let's give these a little bit, let's say more descriptive names, and they're like 2 letters. But that's actually pretty clear to me what they are. The tag, the attributes, and the value equals W, okay. See, the problem is that you can have nested function calls, right? Like okay, let's do this in red. I mean, right now we only have to pass this one test, so we could ignore this. We could defer this for a moment. Let's defer it for a moment. Let's pass this test. And then let's say let args equal this. Let args equal and then I plus equals, yes, the arity. So we can consume those arguments. Like we're missing a, and then I'm gonna apply this to the args. Right. I think that passes the test. Oh. Again, the question is whether do I put a nil in there or not? I think the answer is yes. Return. Or actually, you can use a comma here. And nil, return nil. But it's not x, it's show of x. Why doesn't like that? Cannot access it before. Interesting. Because usually functions are called hoisting JavaScript. Ah. Right, and so now we put this to say show of x, and we've done that, and we save it, and now we run it, and it should work. Wah, wah, wah. But it's not. It's interesting. Okay, so problem is it's doing the work. I'll prove it's doing the work by saying show here. So if we say obviously that's not going to do anything, but like, yeah, it's going to print out this. So it is calling show, but then the show is putting the quotes back on. So there are two separate functions. You want one that is one that puts the quotes on and one that doesn't. So you want to be able to, so what happens? Hmm. What is red called? Not show, help, probe is what it's called. Ah, I see. So mold. Okay, so help mold. Mold is an action value. So mold cat returns the string cat, whereas echo cat print cat returns cat. And I think my words are going to be echo and show. So echo needs to be a different thing. It's not just console log of the thing. But I guess it can be for now. We'll just say x.value. So x.1, x2. So for now, we'll do that, and then this should pass the test. Cannot read properties of undefined reading 0. E equals nil. So E is nil. So I printed it correctly, but it returns. It doesn't return nil. I think the syntax is ambiguous because what does that comma apply to? That was it. So otherwise, the comma was applying to this list, I think. And so now it's applying to the, it says evaluate this and return the second item. So 3 comma 2 returns 2. Kind of laggy there. Okay. So this is a little ugly. But I would say this is the ugliest function in the program. Well, maybe except the asynchronous nonsense, the promise nonsense, callback hell at the using the prompt thing, the old. There it is. Plus, that introduces a dependency, and there's like 1,000 files associated with that prompt module. I don't need that. Rid of this. Why is this third test running? Where is the third test coming from? Oh, 2 plus 2 needs to be 4, and it's saying 2. Okay, yes, this is actually a good test because now it's consuming one item, and it needs to consume this, right? Like in red, the operator, you have to look ahead one token and say, well, is there an operator over there? Is there an infix thing over there? Because if there is, you don't want it to just consume the first item. You want it to consume the entire expression here. So this test, so this forces you to define operators. This look ahead multiple tokens. Right, so I'm going to turn this test off. I'm going to delete this test for a minute. Commit the thing. That's how you fix code, is delete the failing tests. It should say all tests passed, and then we'll add the test back after we commit. But not red trace. I want my learn trace implementation red. Okay, so let me put this on the clipboard somewhere. Scratch files. That's dead anyway. So cd eval, making sure this is all one. I don't know why I don't just stop and put that in the. It just doesn't bother me enough to. Right, gd cached. Right, so by doing this and then adding the word dictionary, then we move that allows us to get rid of nil. So that could have been a get add imp read. So that falls under that same, I could remove this from the parser because of that. And then gd imp write adds the show here. And then gd imp test is where I deleted that test momentarily, which is fine. Add. So what do we do? So we added the ability evaluate niladic words like nil. and niladic and monadic words, like nil, nil, and echo. I could have done that. No, I couldn't have done that because I didn't have the. All right. So now we have this test back. And now we have to define operators. And that is going to complicate this. Going to complicate the evaluator even more because we have to look ahead. I actually have to go a little break for 1 second. Be right back 1 second. Okay, sorry, back. It'll put my face in the right place. All right. Need a better sign for that. All right. All right, just make sure all tests are passing. Go to test. All right. So we have to look ahead one more token. I think rather than have this all in one function, we're going to break this up into little pieces. So we're going to say like something like akin to an instruction pointer, right? You want like Well, you need a stack, and you need position equals 0. It's almost the exact opposite of a tree builder, right? You have here is a stack, or here is where you're working on, and then your index in the stack, the context or whatever, the context that you're working on, or maybe the list that you're working on. Maybe by default you're in none, is null. So when you evaluate a list, we're going to this push state, and then this dot pop state, and then do stuff inside of that. I would say this enter, and then this exit. Enter, exit. So we're entering a node. We could just have like a tree walker, right? Like we could have a tree walker. Yes, let's do that. Because I can use it for the show later as well. And it just kind of makes it a little bit nicer, right? So tree builder and tree walker. Right, so well, let's move. It should be in the core. No. This tree equals tree, sure. This stack equals empty, and this position equals 0. And we want this here as well. This here is equal to this tree, call it root, or just for same kind of thing. Except now we can't just append to the end of it. We have to like look at where we're at. Right. So we will say on item, on node, and on done. Right. And then we'll have like these should probably be callbacks, right? Well, so the tree is built, so you don't have to descend into it. You just say I've got another item to look at. So you're looking at like a list basically that just has some other lists in them. You don't have to descend into them, and you probably wouldn't. You could even have a rule that says like, how do you, what do you do when you descend into these different things? Like whether or not you want to descend into them. Because if it's like an inert thing, like a comment or whatever, then you can just ignore it. Or like a quotation, like you don't have to process a quotation. That's the whole point of a quotation. So like in red, again, you could say print hello, but if you say in quotes, then it's just an inert thing. Then if you say run it, no, how do you say do it? You say do it, and then it prints hello. So a quote, you wouldn't have to descend into it for the most part when you're evaluating. This might be premature. But we do want some of that. We want this constructor here, right? So maybe we have a function called eval. We'll export this as a simple function called eval. Let our export let eval equals eval x, yeah. Imp eval. Just because it was complaining about my use of the word eval. We don't need this anymore. I also just want to take just a second. Let's put that all back, and I'm going to rename this to the right. I'm going to rename it to show. Rename to imp.show. Yeah, sure. That I wanted to make refactoring, so change this. And instead of, we're just going to say imp show. I'm also just going to delete this. I don't need this thing. It's just the same thing. It's just another thing that just has a different rm f. Remove redundant imp.njs, use imp command.njs. Right, and then what do we change in imp eval? That needs to be named imp show. Imp show. It believes that's renamed. cd imp command, git add, and gd imp eval. That doesn't seem right. Do we not need this? So this is going to return a t.string. Right. So it's a JavaScript function that returns a string, but an Implish string. So and if we say show hello, it should just print out, oh, hello. Invalid argument, hello. Oh, we need to show the whole thing. Why? Hello is fine. And show hello. That should work, except it doesn't. Oh, okay. This is wrong. I mean, it should work, but it doesn't know how to look ahead, right? So X is not iterable. I think it's because we returned something from show. Imp show returns a what? A string? So yeah, because I have to deal with like this works, and show works, but if I try and put both of them together, that doesn't work. But that doesn't work. I mean, that has nothing to do with show. It has to do with echo 2 or something like that. The same thing's gonna happen. I just can't read more than one at a time. Because it's trying to I just don't know. Like the rule is just not right yet. So okay, but I didn't break anything. So Tenko test should still work. All two tests passed. Yeah. So we can BD cached. We've got basically this was just a refactoring to change right to show, but also expose it into the REPL. So right, rename, create imp show wrapper, and add as an add to a REPL. Right. Oh, that was. Did I just push it? Oh, stupid. I hate it when I do that. I pushed it too fast. Well, I'm gonna screw people over who you're not supposed to like amend the commit, right? cd git add gc amend. You should never do this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. You should never do it if you're working with other people. I don't think anyone is using this code, so if they are, they should tell me. The amend by committing that, yeah, and that's the thing you shouldn't do. Right, but okay, so then git stash pop. And let's see what we did. So imp command. Right, because I was starting to do the same thing for imp eval. So we're going to keep this. We compare changes. No, I want the little mergey thing. There are merge. Okay, I don't. Let's try that again. A resolve and merge editor. That's what I was looking for. So you click check on one of these. So I want to split that. I want both of them. Except combination. Imp show and imp eval. Yeah, that's what I want. And then this one. These are the stash changes, imp writer, and these are the point is to have an imp eval, right? So then this is going to go away. So we're going to ignore this. And imp writer is going away because we have show, right? Right. So we want this. So we accept current. And then do we want to use imp eval? Yes, we do. So accept combination. So I think that's it. No changes accepted. So for this one, we don't need the writer anymore because we have it. So I guess we accept this. Just say complete the merge and just fix it by hand. That's it. That was the only other line. All right, so we import imp show imp eval, and then we call imp show, and we call imp eval, and we're good. We still have an imp reader that is a class. Tenko test. Oh, I have another file to merge. And the top one is the correct one. I started adding this tree walker thing, but that does not exist yet. I don't believe I took it out of there. That was actually an invalid change. So it's the upstream one. Or the current change, sorry. imp eval is not merged. Why is it not saying it's merged? I just have to click that, right? Okay, so GD cached. What was the point of this? Was to, right. That needs to be imp eval. Sorry, imp command. Okay. Mess, little mess. Right, but I just saw a mistake. It was this. This should be called imp eval. An E with a capital E. And it's used in here. Okay, that's right. So Tenko test should work. This enter, that was because I have a half-finished idea lying around in the code. Enter, we will remove this. Right, so this is the test that we were originally failing. I'm not ready to check that in. See, in Tenko is my test runner, and the idea is that you have a database of the tests, and you can choose not to accept the test, and so you can write tests ahead and then just accept them one at a time. But I don't have it set up. I have that set up working great if I have, like, the tests are ready and they're done and they're published to the web, and then the server lets you do that. But I'm running the test locally out of this file, and so every time I make changes to the tests, I have to. It'd be nice if I could use. There is like a local copy of the database, and it would be nice if I could just like import the tests and like use some kind of editor for them. But I don't have that yet, so. Yeah, so I don't want to check in a failing test. That's the point. So imp tests creates a failing test, and so I will ignore that right now. GD cached. Yeah, and so let's not export the imp evaluator. So we'll not export that. You only get the function. And oops, Tenko test. There we go. So that's a failing test that I just added. So all the other tests pass. So therefore, git commit wrap evaluator as imp eval. Okay. I think my stash is clear, but git stash list. I don't need that. It kept it because there was a merge conflict. Imp test server. Right, so here's my new test that I'm adding, which is that if I say echo hello is passing, but if I say echo 2 + 2, it needs to look ahead and not just echo 2. Right now it's echoing. It's echoing the 2 because I told it to echo 2. Whoop. I told it to echo 2, and then it's ignoring the plus, or it's evaluating it as a symbol, and then saying, okay, let's evaluate the 2, and the 2 is the symbol that I'm going to, because it doesn't know what plus means. It's just ignoring the plus. So this command right here is printing out the number 2, and then it's ignoring this, and then it's evaluating that to 2, and then the result of the whole expression is 2. So it prints out 2, 2 instead of 4. That's what's going on here. So if I say Tenko test, that's what's happening. And as it says, outputting 2 here, 2, 2 would be reasonable here if you don't look ahead for operators. So we need to look ahead for operators. That's what we're doing. And that is what caused me to hide this imp evaluator thing, because I want it to just be a function that takes an X, but in behind the scenes, I want to use this object or this class to track the state of this mess here. So I'm looping through the list of top level tokens. I see that the first one that I encounter is the word echo. It's a JavaScript function, so JSF. And now it has one. It has one argument. But so what I need to do is I need something that's like extract expression or extract like from the list of tokens. I need to extract the next expression, which in this case would be the word echo, see what it is, and then see, okay, it has an arity. It's a verb, a function. It has arity to it, and so I need to look ahead even further. And then when I get to the number 2, so the word echo, it says I have one argument. So then I say, okay, get the next expression, and that's 2. And then I could just echo the 2, but then I need to look ahead one more time just on general principles. So if I have a noun, a 2, a piece of data, I should look ahead to see an op. This is almost exactly how well, I was going to say it's similar to how the J evaluator works, but not quite, because J doesn't, well, you can only have 2 arguments in J. And when you have 2 arguments, the first one is always on the left of the expression, so it's always an infix. Whereas here we have a prefix form with multiple arguments. But it's still the same kind of concept. We need to keep a stack of like what we're looking at. And the first thing that we see should tell us like what we need to look ahead for. Like even before we evaluate this, there's a possibility. So Jay uses the word verb, right? So echo is a verb, a function. But then there's a higher order kind of function called like each, for example. So like a apostrophe in like in K is it's an apostrophe, in J there's no each, but you would say like rank 1 or whatever, rank, execute each one at this rank, at this level of the hierarchy, right, of nested function, of nested data. But like there could be an adverb. So if you have a verb, you have to look for an adverb or a conjunction, something that would modify that verb. So you always have to look ahead at least one token. So what do I do here? I need to say, hello, whoever's watching me suffer here. I need to say, I need to keep like a stack basically. The way J does it is it keeps a stack as it moves, but it's moving from right to left, which probably does not matter. Here, what it does is it keeps a stack of like data that's being evaluated. But here we need to like keep a stack of things to evaluate, because it's a right. So we see this. We should fetch echo. Look ahead. See, it's a noun. So it says, say, okay, we are going to evaluate echo. Let me write these rules out. Get token, get next. So next produces echo, which is a verb. And then we look ahead to, which is a noun. All right, so we say we look ahead. Have verb. So look ahead for modifier, for adverb conjunction. Okay. Okay. We will apply verb to noun, but have to have noun. So look ahead for it's not next. This is peek. We peek ahead to see that it's a noun, but we have a noun. So, but all right. So now fetch full noun phrase. Fetch full noun phrase by calling next. So then, so next we have a to. It's a noun. So we peeked and then we're doing it again. So yep. Have noun. So look ahead for an infix, for an operator, for op, for infix verb. Well, not a verb. I guess. Okay. So what could be in that place? I think method, a dot method, or op symbol, or let's say infix symbol, infix word. It doesn't have to be like any particular syntax as far as I know. Because like again in red, which is like one of the language I'm modeling with that uses this kind of parser, you can say make op, No, you have to say make op, right? Make op func xy x plus y. So say sum is make up, and then we say 3 sum 5 4 is 7. So this you ought to be able to do this sort of thing, and mark the word sum as being an infix op. But yeah, so but it also I think ought to let you do. Maybe not. I don't know. All right, but we'll call it or infix word. Infix or infix op. And also, verbs can have these things, like flags or arguments. In general, I probably shouldn't think ahead too much here. I should just do this one step at a time, but I'm going to think ahead for a little bit. So the idea is that the idea that's in my mind right now is this syntax right here. So when we get to the word for, it's gonna this has three arguments. So the first argument is a symbol. So for like X in the series, and the second argument is a noun. And so when we look ahead, we'll say, oh, this is not a noun. This is a verb, right? So we have to apply it to something in order to get a noun. And then when we see this 100, we should look ahead and say, oh, there's this here, or the token is actually this whole thing, or the next item is this whole thing. Say, well, that's another noun, so we don't want to zoom it. We're just gonna stay here and apply this verb to this noun. And so then we'll say, so this is range, and it'll produce a list of 100 items, 100 integers. And so we loop, and then the third item for 4 is this. And so we should be able to write a spec for the word for that says, take 3 arguments. And I guess that can just be a regular function. Or maybe it's a macro because it you want to evaluate it as if it were in this context, but like you want to treat this as these are, if there was any assignments, they would be assigned in the global context, or in the context where this loop is happening. And like whatever I is before this happens should be restored at the end. So I guess you don't need a special grammar for this one, but like repeat. Like this could work just like any word that like any word with with the arity of 3, and we would just say it takes a symbol or like a quoted name or whatever. There's some special syntax for that in red, and then a value and then a block. But then here, when we call this, like this specific symbol has to be there, and then it has to be the word. So like we have to expect this word. So it's as if it's got 3 arguments. Repeat a program until b, until some expression, and then this would have to be it would have to evaluate into an expression. And like if you passed in like something else other than until here, right? So basically I need to look for the word until, and it would be an error if that word is not there. Whereas here, you have the word if, and then you would expect the word else. But you can also have like the word ef, right? Else if. Right, so this is a grammar. This one is a grammar. So this one should expect this condition. So this is the condition, and it needs to say, okay, it's a verb, therefore I need an argument. Okay, here's an argument, but I need to look ahead, and yep, there's a infix operator, so I have to evaluate it. Okay, I look ahead. All right, so I see a 15, and then I say, okay, well, can I look ahead again? Is there some other thing over here? Nope. Okay, then. Oh, does that make it execute right to left? As in, I think it does. I think that makes it execute right to left, which is good for a verb expression. So you have any number of like infix operators, it'll execute just like J or K. I like that, which I'm doing here. Right, so yeah, so that's exactly what it does. This is exactly like the same, for this part is exactly the same semantics as J or K. But then it can look ahead and see, I need another expression. So it can see the end of the expression here when it gets to a noun, which you cannot do in APL because APL would take that noun and stick it next to this noun and then make a new thing. So that's a strand syntax. And then it could be the case that you have like, 15, 5, 3, 2, you can have a literal that's a strand of these. And so you need to have a separator. So we need a separator token, which would be the semicolon, which I've already accounted for. But I'm just kind of nice. My hunch was that I needed it. Now I'm confirming that I do need it. Okay. So, okay, so this is actually right. And then the if takes condition, the program, and then it looks ahead and can repeat this any number of times. which is ef, a condition in a program, any number of times. And then it should require an else. I think the else is required in this language. And then the else can contain OK, and I think the OK does not have to be in brackets. So it actually has to like match on these keywords, and they're expected, and there'll be an error if you don't do that. So you're plugging in a grammar rule. So the question is, how do you define these grammars? Maybe that's something more complicated than what I'm doing, than the thing I'm doing now, which is just a function with arity. Maybe I can wait until later. But when I do that, I do need to like I need a parsing engine basically. Which I mean, like the next lesson. Like, again, this is being done for a course. Somewhere in there, there's a lesson on building parsing expression grammars. Do I want to implement that in JavaScript, or can I somehow wait until I'm ready to implement it in Implish? That's the question. I don't know. I might have to do both. We'll see. All right, but for now, let's just ease into this. All right. So in this particular simple case, we just need to look ahead and see. So where's my text that I All right, so the reason that I encapsulated this, or wrap this all up in a single function, is so that I can have this thing be a little more stateful, and it can take a route to traverse. So it takes a tree that it's going to traverse. Here, a tree is just a list. So here is the list that I'm walking through. But that's not quite right. This root equals root. It's not just the root. It's the because the root is a list that contains a list. It's a top level thing that contains the top level. It's called top. The type is called top, and it contains a list of tokens. But if it's a list, you could also be evaluating this list recursively. Except we're not doing it functionally recursively. I think we need a stepper. Maybe there's a way to do this recursively, but I don't know what it is. And I don't know that I want it to be that way. I think I want it to have like a thing where I can step through it, like as if it were a debugger. So I feel like doing this the imperative way seems like a little more sense. All right, but instead of this right here, so what do I do? Calling this function, this is our entry point. We get the type, attributes, and the value. So this is like an XML node. Not XML, but it's something like an XML node. It has a tag and attributes and a value. See, the tag is top. So we want to in that case, that's a line of tokens. We want to evaluate all the tokens and return whatever the last one was. separated, we return nil if it's all this is right. Except, well, if it's a top level, if it were only a top level symbol, which is not the case here, but if it were a symbol, then we just return the symbol. But we want to short circuit this. We want to avoid this, right? And so that then that's because when we do this, we're going to loop. So okay, so we call eval list, and we're stepping through this list now. But okay, hang on a second. Eval x. Actually, we want this to be here. That's the root, and then we're going to say eval. And so this goes away, and this is this here. This right. So if so let's say our root type root a and rv equals root. If rt is not equal top, invalid, invalid. And rt is not equal to list, then throw invalid top value. T.list. Invalid, cannot evaluate. Is there an eval here? Eval exec, oh, it's do. Do is missing its value, and if we say x equals 5, oops, x equals 5, we say do x 5. Okay, so then this is like that. So it's not, if it's not equal to top and it's not equal to the list, oh, okay. This can be in the. This is exactly the same as the argument to eval here. So then the stack is this, and the position is this. All right. So then, so here we're looking at the root, the entire root, and we want that. So this here. So let x equals this dot here. Can I do this all at once? All at one time? Okay, like that. All right. This is all the same that we get here. All right, so we're entering the list. We need to push the state. This dot push state. And that is going to be this stack push this dot here. Oh, okay, we'll just do it like this. This here and this dot position, and then this dot position equals 0. We'll call it enter. Enter equals some x's. So this position equals this, and then this here equals x's. Except I think now we want this to be x instead of the value. We want to keep the wrapper. It's fine. And then we'll say enter x's. This enter x's. X's 2. I think that's what I want. And then at the end of it, we're going to call leave. This leave x's. I need to, like, I'm keeping my own stack, but then if I do, like, I think I need to avoid recursion here. I'm not entirely sure. This here equals this stack pop. I'm going to say this here, this dot position. I don't know if you can do that. X dot A, X dot B. I know you can say A dot B equals something, but can you do it like that? 2, 3. Oh, it's nice if that works. Oops. Oh, okay, I didn't expect that to work. I was going to do some kind of assertion on that. Maybe I don't need to do that. Because I think it's going to get a little messy in a minute. I could be wrong. Possibly we can throw this off. It's this look ahead thing that is confusing me. I think it has to work like a parser, and it has to look ahead at each step. I want to write it like a parser, and that's what's prompting me to do this. And I could be wrong about this. That's okay. I've been wrong many times. Okay, so now we've entered. So this is like, now I'm going to replace this iterator here. Okay, so let's say I want to do this step right here. I want to figure out what the next token is. So this is really more like a while loop of some kind. While this position is less than x's length. Sorry, you want curly braces, friends there. That's about right. Oh, that's silly. Top line is right. The rest of it's silly. And we'll call this xt, xa, and xb. That's what I did here. And then at the end of it, we're going to say this position increments by 1. And then at the end of it, we're definitely going to do this stuff. Everything in the middle is now a little bit different. Yeah, that's right. And we're going to call this n now. I'm going to call it x. So x for next. All right. Now, based on the type, I want a part of speech, right? Like I want to know what part of speech it is. Because like nouns are data. Data is a noun. Right? So I need like some kind of part of speech rule. And I think that would go in the core here. Export let, I don't want to call it POS, but like part of speech. Nope. Parts of speech. Nope. Not a good guess. So B is a verb. N is a noun. A is an adverb. And C is a conjunction. In J, there's one more type of speech, which is the assignment operator, which I am not going to treat specially. Assignment is a verb, but so again in red, say you have, say we have this a function f, func of x, and it's x plus 1. Sorry, x plus 1, and then f of 3 is 4. So if you say f, it's mad that it's missing its argument. So if you want to get access to that function, you have to say colon f. And so that's a different kind of symbol. And what is that? That is a, if I wanted to give the part of speech of that, this is a verb, and this is like a, oh, Jay calls it a gerund, a nominalization. It's nounifying a verb, making a verb into a noun so that you can inspect it. rather than invoke it. Okay, so that's a gerund. G is a gerund. What does the word mean in English? Gerund. I know it's. I think it's in linguistics any of various non-finite verb forms in various languages. ing words. Okay, so yeah, that's kind of a silly Iverson's take on it. And then so red has this thing called a refinement. So if you look at I think at the word we looked at help mold. These are refinements. And you can actually say mold only. Can you do 2 words? Nope. Okay, but that's red. So in my mind, what they call a refinement, to me, that is a well, I would use it like in the shell here. So we say ls-l, right? So ls, and the L is a adverb. So ls is a verb. So ls dash the dash L is an adverb. But that's like an adverb associated with dash L. But then there are these what's something that has like a double dash, or more importantly, something that has something like x equals 3 or whatever, x5 or whatever. Anyway, that could be a conjunction. But okay, so in J that would be a conjunction, where you say verb something and then a noun. But I would think this is a what we call preposition. That was what I was getting at, because I think it popped up in here. Like the word preposition is like go is a verb, and then go to the store. So the store would be the noun, and then to is a preposition. Or in Punjabi, you have postpositions. Go store to. In this language, you would be prepositions, not postpositions. Okay, so preposition. Preposition, what red calls refinement. Although I guess some refinements don't take arguments, so a refinement with argument, with an argument. Except that actually changes. Yeah, so this takes noun argument. Conjunction combines 2 verbs, I think, or it takes infix between verbs. Gerund, also known as a get word, a get word in red. So it's like the opposite of it. It's opposite. It's not the same thing as a quotation, right? And then a quotation would be, yeah, oops, like a lit word, right? Okay, I don't know what a lit word is. I imagine is this a lit word? Type of? No, I bet it's type question mark. Type 3, so that's a word. An invalid word. This is a unset. make word cat. What? Of course there's a word. How about 2-word cat? What? Two set word, okay. 2 set word X. And we say 2 get word. That's fine. So what's a lit word? Ah. There's no just plain 2 word. Is there? Yeah. So a lit word would be what I'm calling quotation mark. Right. That's it. And that's what this thing said, but like lit word in red. Oh, gerund or get word, and let's have a set word. S is a set word in red. Better. That's not quite a right analogy, because like in J, a gerund is not a, oh, come here. Section font. If you say F, all right, so you say, like, you can't put this in a list, right? I mean, it doesn't contain that the things. But if you say, backtick, comma 5, what? Oh, sorry, it's empty string. What? Okay, well. Oh, maybe you say a colon. No. How do you get a gerund that only contains 1 item? I know you can do this. Well, I mean, you could behead the thing, or just take 0 from it. All right. Anyway, that can now be put in a list with a number. I think if you do that way, it doesn't work. Let's say. Anyway, the point is that like that's a gerund. So it's a noun that contains the name of something. It's actually a, like, inside of this thing. It's not the, I believe it is a string. Yeah, it's a string. Whereas if you just said this, it would you're getting a fork. I'm rambling. This is not important. The point is, whatever, it doesn't matter what I call this. This is a getter or a gerund. So those are the parts of speech. I'm trying to think if okay, so maybe call it word type. Parts of speech is fine. Are these only for words? No, because like the type of a number is a noun, right? Data or coded data. All right, what am I doing with this? That's the question. Which this type of X. Switch T. So based on T, we're going to say, is it case? Yeah, okay. Except this is going to return something different. This is going to return P, and we call it P for part of speech. So if it's a top, this should fail. I guess it's a noun. Turn P dot noun. If it's a separator, punctuation, it's more like it's not a part of speech at all. It's a this should fail. This is a noun. String. That's always a noun. Nil is a noun. Multi-line string is a noun. Symbol is a word and can be all kinds of things. This is a noun. It's actually called a fret. A separator is called a fret in Java, in J. I think these are the only two cases we have to handle especially. But I'm going to leave all of them like this, and then that way, if I pass in something that is not handled, it'll throw an error. Or again, maybe I'll switch to TypeScript at some point and then catch that problem for me. Okay. All right, so these are wrong. So this needs to be how do I say, while xt is equal to tsep, do that same line again. This would be a repeat. Can you say while do? No. there's no do while do while xt is not equal to. I hardly ever use those things. But this is the case where you want to do it. All right, so we say let x, xt, xa, and xd the variables, and then we will say all right. To do it once, and while it is a t-set. As long as it's set, so skip over the separators. So skip over separators. Separator. Separators are semicolons and new lines. All right, so now this is not a type. This is a, we should call this part of speech. Part of POS. I'm already using that for position, so a part. Each part. What a dumb word. Like, why is it called part of speech instead of just like part of speech synonym? Class, category, word class. Form, word class. We'll call it word class. I like that. Maybe we'll call this W instead of all right, so based on this word class, we're going to call this tsim is not it. So this is a complicated thing. Return res. So I should put some braces here. Not that they're necessary, but let res equal. Assume it's a noun for now, and we'll return the res. Well, we'll assume it's a verb, okay? We're missing something here, which is JSF, right? Is that still a thing? That is not a thing. How is that not a thing if I have definitions? Because this is JavaScript and it just doesn't let you do that. JavaScript function. Okay, so a JSF is going to be a verb, clearly. but we have to evaluate it from this thing. So we have to look at this. So if it's a symbol, then we're going to look it up. So then let val, we're going to find the value associated with the symbol. Let's see, xt, xa, and xv is x, and based on xt, then we're going to look at the x value's description. This words, right, is import. So the if val like its definition, like what is the definition of this thing? If definition, then definition equals def, and then switch based on the definition type, the type of the definition. I don't know what this is yet. This is nonsense. Because this will never be the case. A JavaScript function is not a token because there's no literal form for that. You just have a literal form for a symbol, right? See, like I want this. This is a homoiconic language, right? So everything that you can express in the language has a syntax associated with it, but a JavaScript function does not. The only syntax associated with it is its name. But it's just a symbol until, so basically everything above here special types or like internal types, because we don't know what a JSF is or an Implish word. Implish word would be defined in the language. You'd be able to have a value with it, like symbol values that I don't know. Like everything else is like you would just see it as a symbol until you evaluate it. So these are like internal or refined types. Refined types require evaluating, probably require eval. Produce. Like I guess another one would be like a projection. A projection is either there'll be a JavaScript function. There probably will be an Implish function once I have definitions working, and then a projection is like either one of those things with some arguments applied, which causes its arity to be reduced all the way perhaps down to 0, which would make it a noun. Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it's a verb that returns its value with no. Okay. I guess that's the same as a noun, right? Okay, so then likewise, top is not something that you would ever see from Implish. You would only see, I don't know. Maybe you would. Maybe specifically in this one evaluate in the eval function. Once I get all this hammered out and get all the rules worked out, then I have to implement it in Implish. So you have to, so it's self-hosting, and then you have a what they call a meta-circular evaluator. Okay, so Lisp is famous for that. So you have to hoist the eval function into the language. Is that true? Maybe that's not what a meta-circular evaluator is. I believe that's what they call it when you implement the eval routine in the target language. Okay, so this is wrong. So let me mark this as being wrong. Fill this in. To do evaluation, handle symbols. And this is not even going to be right. So it's actually going to be, oh yeah, so once we get the word. Oh, actually, that is right. So if it's defined, except, do we need res here? Yes, so no, it's more like else. Else return it's a noun. So if it's not in the default would be like throw unknown word class for defined word. Are these all? Oh, nil. It would be a. Nil is not a word. Nil should not be a. No, that's not true. But nil is a special type. Okay. So like this is syntactic in the sense that the top level of a file, it doesn't have any delimiters, but like the entire file is the top. Separators are line feeds and semicolons. So they're just tokens. They're not really values. They're gonna go away. And so I guess everything under in this little section would be literal types, type literals, or literal values with literal types. Now, yeah, literal representation. So literal values, I guess. So an int would be a literal, like sep is not a value. Top is kind of a value. I guess this is. I don't know if that if. I guess you can say like the outermost context is top. Right? So values with literal representation, but you can't really point to one, right? The whole file. Integer, string, multi-line string, symbols, and list. Okay, so these are all values with literal representation. Sep is not a value. And then these are not tokens. These are tokens or syntactic entities. So it's like a Venn diagram here. These have everything below this line has a value. Everything above this line is a syntax. Syntactic. Okay. All right, so let def equals this word's description. If there's a definition, then we break it into little pieces. Probably we should just have like a tree type, like an element tree type for this. Right? If it's a JSF, we return it's a verb, and if it's a nil, we return it's a noun. And then we would never see a word here because again, nil is not literal. So these are the things that are below this line. And anything new that we create that isn't one of those two things, we need to add to this. All right, so now the word class is, if it's a noun, I have a feeling this is going to get a lot simpler in a little bit. Maybe I don't need this. Maybe I don't need all this tracking, but we'll see. And not this end of that end. Not at end. If this at end, then we break the list. So we can now just say, while true, no, I think while not this at end. Not at end. And we're going to return c.list. Do I want that, or do I just want to return the... I do that here when at the very last level. When I call eval list, right? So yeah, we don't need to do that. Just return the root. Did I even need this begin and end? Well, I do because I'm using it for the iterator, right? But I'm not yet diving into anything. Fine. might be redundant, might be unnecessary. Okay, so then all this stuff. Now we need to say, okay, so now if it's a verb, now we need to do this stuff. This is a lot of code for something. So return. Right, so read emit x. So next is the next token, the next token. But I think I need to look this up before I get the word class. So if xt is equal to tsim, but we're not going to do it like this. If w, then x equals w and equals x, and else throw undefined word xv description. That's exactly right. Why is that blue? Because this is all right. So now a word that is not quoted will give an error. So that's broken. So if xt equals xt is not defined. At imp-eval 64. Oh, right, because this stupid thing is not done yet. All right, so if it's a symbol, then look up that symbol. And then repeat it while it's a separator, and I think maybe actually this should be in next. It's this whole lookup thing. Right? I think maybe maybe this, we'll see. This is fine. It is messy and I think it's redundant a little bit. Okay. So it's already looked up, so we don't have to do this here. So now we're like, right. So the plain symbol would not be here unless it starts with a quotation mark, right? So if it doesn't start with a backtick, then okay. Right, and again, this thing doesn't work. Now, here we're gonna have to say case PV, the verb. Okay. So the noun is the easy case. Now the verb is the hard case. Let's make a curly. I just like to keep the curly braces here. We're gonna say break. Let's put break on the end. It's a verb. What am I doing? It's a verb. So now I need to look ahead and get these next arguments. So I want. I'm trying to think if there's a better, maybe a parser, like actually parsing this thing first. because I mean we parse it into the structure that it is, but then like actually parsing it as like a you know, like parsing out the plus signs, right? So I'm imagining echo 2 plus 2. So echo, we're looking at echo, we see it's a verb, and now we need to say I need the next noun. Or first I need to look ahead to see if I've got an argument. What J actually does is it keeps track of the type, like the word of the type of the word, and then it puts those on a stack, and then it looks at the 2 or 3 words that, or the types of, like basically it looks at different patterns, and it says, so let's see if I do this way. Maybe I can do it like this. Okay, so we're gonna like start building a string or something, and if we have a verb, see, but in J there's no such thing as a verb. There's sorry, like we want to have like the arity. So like we're gonna apply we're gonna take a word and say, okay, it's a V, then it has arity, right? So get that many arguments and apply. Okay. But if you have a V and then like a conjunction, or right, a V and then like an adjective or adverb, then right, so it's not enough. It's not enough to have a V. You have to have a noun here. N is the first argument, right? But what if there's a word called like quit? So like a V with arity 0, then you immediately execute V. Verb V. Execute V. V0 is verb with arity 0. So it's like an immediately executed command. But if you have a verb that is like more than 0, what do we call it? X, right? So V, so, and then you have an X, you get the noun. This is not, no, this is not true. V0 would not execute, because what if you said like, so for example, on Linux machine, you have a command called like reboot, but you might want to say reboot now, or you know, in 10 seconds. So there might be prepositions or you know, arguments to this thing. So those are not, they're optional though. So you have to look for the optional arguments. Look ahead for optional arguments. So you don't execute it until you get to the end of the line, or until you get to a point where you know, like where are the J software evaluation? This is not the document I was looking for, but it does talk about what it. Basically, there's all these rules for what you do when you have these different things. And I think we have to do it this way as well in this language. This is a complicated language. Part of the one of the reasons I wanted to use this language was for the test interaction with your code. So you, as a student of the challenge, a challenger, are going to implement a language. And my plan was to have a choice between this language or something called empty forth, which would be a very simple language, like where you execute one word at a time in reverse forth. So like you just see each word, you execute it immediately. Whereas this one has this complicated syntax associated with it. But this could be compiled or transpiled easily into empty forth. So maybe that's what I'll do. I don't think this should be a prerequisite for anything. This is an advanced course. Unless I can find a way to like break the problem up so it's much simpler. But I don't think so. I think this is an inherently complicated thing to do. This style of parsing. Because you can't even give it a grammar because you have to know what the words are. I think it makes for a really nice language to work in, but not a pleasant language to parse. So this is not going to be at the end of the course. After you make your Forth and your Lisp and your Pascal, then you make the complicated language, but which is actually really nice. I mean, those other things are increasingly complicated as well, but the Forth is more like an assembler language, very low level Forth. Doesn't have all the magic features of Forth. Has 2 stacks in a dictionary. All right. What do I need to do to pass the current test? This is too much. Alarm telling me it's 5 o'clock. Okay, so XT is not defined at MJS line 67. Right, again, because this thing is down here. Let's comment this out. Well, I can't really comment. I need this part at least. Okay, so now if it's a verb, then we're going to say like for let I equal 0, I less than XA arity, I plus plus, args equals, let args equals this. I gotta rewrite the whole thing. Let args equals this. Args push this next next noun, right? What's wrong with that? Not declare block scope variable args. Where's args? Oh, because I've got it down here. And then, yes, that's it. And then, so like to do would be like modifiers here. To do, look ahead for modifiers for adverbs or prepositions. Adverbs, preposition. All right, so next is like a very simple thing. But then next noun is going to be next noun is going to be more complicated because we have to, expect a noun, and then first we expect a noun, and second, collect multiple ints into one vector, multiple numbers into vector, or quoted symbols into a vector. Apply ops going forward. All right, so more like if next token is a verb, not a verb, but an op is infix verb, is operator, There's also a kind of thing that J does not have, which this language will have. And that is a method call. All right, so if it's a symbol, we have to look it up and check the word class. because it might be a method. No, I think if a symbol that starts with dot, that's also intix. It's a method. An adjective is a method. An adverb would be a modifier to a verb. These are these prepositions. This is funny. Like the grammar language actually makes a lot of sense here. I'm going to call this a method. So M is a method. Method adjective. Dot M in not like a symbol that starts with dot. Starting with a dot. Again, this is not relevant to the current test. Look ahead for adverbs and prepositions. Okay, so then we look ahead to do look ahead for next noun. So to do, this isn't even part of our language spec yet. To do, this is important because this is what we're doing. So we expect a noun, and then to do this. Right. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this like an item. So when I say this dot next, let's say, so this item equals empty list. It's somewhat unfortunate that I've been using the list of the list of this pattern here. We'll do it like this. Okay, so the next is going to be this item. Okay, let x equals And then we'll say, yeah, let TAVX, let T, come on, AV equals X. And then we're going to return TAV. Return TAV and X. Now we got one thing that has all of them. We'll call let's call this item. This will be item. Let's say this dot item. This dot item. We'll call it X. Okay. So then we'll say do this next. This item type equals tsep and this not an. Can you put that there? Maybe we should put all these into items and make this a top level. We'll see. And actually, we'll do it right here. Right. So if it's a look at switch on the first character. I'm so off the. I'm doing design, right? I'm doing design at the same time that I'm doing This is a literal word. They're comments. What do we do in all these cases? Identify them, but what do we do? So if it's a getter. Oh, hang on. If it's not any of those things, not okay. Ah, that's complicated. So maybe that could even be part of next item. We'll see. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to think about how to get one argument. So let. All right, first of all, do I capture it because like next item is gonna go away, right? So WV. XV apply, right? So this is all garbage now. This is trash. But I do need to figure out what next noun is. And this needs to be the end of the loop. I think that's right. Yeah, like I'm gonna have to think about how to organize this better, because we definitely want to like look at the maybe even we figure out what the word class is here. This this WC is equal to quote. I have a Q. Yeah, Q, like a lit word in red. Okay. Quote. Quote. Because I think we're using I think I'm going to use the single quote key to mean each, like in K. I could swap them. I don't know. We'll see. E.method. Make this dot word class equals E.g. Or else normal symbol will do something. So look it up. I think that's not how you do comments in Java. Like the doc those do. I don't know how to use that. Oh, hey, somebody's watching. I've been kind of drifting off in a thought here. I'm making this way too complicated, but it is kind of complicated. The problem is complicated. I think I haven't run the test in a while. I'm like drifting now. I think this works, and I think next noun needs to do something. So next noun, so let. Oh, hey, Batlin, how's it going? I need. It's actually going well. I'm just deep in the trenches here. I think I'm almost ready to come up for air. Let's see. So this let res equals this dot next item. So I have to check to see. I'll show you where I'm at in a second. Yes, that's what I want. Right. Else if this, we see the other thing it could be is an infix operation. So if it's a verb, I don't think all verbs are infix. I think only if it's like specifically an operate, if it's an op, like an infix operation. This is what I'm trying to parse right here. Right? I'm trying to parse this phrase right here, echo 2 plus 2. And like I already have echo hello working, and it looks ahead and it reads one token, or it was working until I did this trick, or I did all this work. It looks ahead and reads one token. That's fine. But now if you say echo 2 plus 2, it needs to know that this entire thing is a noun phrase. And so this needs to be evaluated as a single noun. And so I need to recognize that that is an operation or a particular kind of thing. And I think I can do that right now with the system I have. If I say, if I introduce a type called an infix, like an infix op, and I say plus is not this, but it's a JavaScript, instead of a function, how about a JavaScript dyad? Op? JavaScript verb. And it's a little flaky here because it's not a JavaScript op, job. And no arguments right now. And then like maybe it should have I'm not going to worry about that. It's a dyad right now. It's a dyad. A J dyad. So the arity is 2, but it can also be an infix operation, and we're going to say X and Y. Yeah, that's what we want the definition to be. It's going to return an integer with no argument, no. Okay. But I need to define what this is. And this is like not the right, probably not the right word. So we'll say J die. I call it over here. J die. Yeah. So J die is going to be a thing, but we have to call it J die. JavaScript dyad infix operator. So then in the reader, sorry, I'm in the evaluator, which is broken for some reason. Is it broken? Because it called it eval, okay. But I think it's because it's not inside this. Like I have an extra brace or something. Yeah, this one's not closed. Hmm. This is not a part of speech anymore. Operator, infix between nouns. Not really a part of speech in English, but I guess it's a part of speech here. All right, so if it's a well, okay, right now if I do this, I think that we're back to where we started here. Tanko test. Reading description. All right, I gotta clean this. I should have used TypeScript. It was too complicated a task to do with just plain JavaScript. 39. So eval 39. So x.v is not even there. X.v. If it's a symbol, oh, v.description. Yeah, I'm moving code all around, and so I'm breaking things. So if w, this is word class is not defined because it's this dot word class. Yeah, the test is that I'm working on is too big, or it was too big of a leap. I need to define this in a much smaller way. Okay, so x is not iterable. Okay, that makes sense at line 58. Huh? Imp-eval line 58. 58. This WC is word class of W. Okay. So also the test runner is being stupid, but the test runner is saying I'm failing this test because I printed out nil. No, I failed to print out nil. Changed like so much, haven't I? That in imp core I just added these things. So imp eval is where I changed all this. Imp eval, all my changes are in here. Let's see what's happening. I was doing way too much at once, and now I'm confused. Should have used, I'm going to be moving stuff around like this. I should have been using TypeScript or some other language that has a nice type system to help me things organized. All right, whatever. Test. Or writing more tests, I guess, or writing smaller tests. All right, so node imp command.mjs. I type 1, nothing, 2, nothing, 3, nothing. Okay. I'm guessing that break and then default inside of eval list. All that should work. Echo hello works fine. Okay. When I apply these changes, echo hello. Okay, so that actually did something. Oh, okay. So I think what's happening is it's only doing things for verbs. That doesn't seem right. I'm not even getting there. When I just typed 1, nothing happened. Right, because I'm here. So print console.log. I think I see what. Okay, so eval top int 1, and then when I loop through, no, that returned X. If it's a top, then we do last eval, and then we loop through this, and then so I'm in here. We're always calling this start eval list. All right, start of eval list. Okay, so we're in there, and then we don't get this. So next item is not. Next item is The WC is null. Oh, I see. That's one part of it. Else this is this word class of X. The noun, it's an integer. Okay, but then down here, we didn't do anything with it. Next item returned an integer with type equals, but word class. Word class is noun, that's right. And so in eval list, this next item, oh, at end is, we're at the end of the list, but we need to actually, so it's an off by one error. At end, I gotta say greater than this here line. Okay. Then we evaluate the list, and then here we get some error at line 31. Yeah, that's not right. I need to actually do something differently at when I call this. I think I removed this. No, I checked the other thing. I check if this is a separator, this item.t equals t.sep break. That's how I checked the other thing. There we go. So it prints 1, 2, 1, 2, 3 is going to print 4. Yes. For now, eventually it's going to print 1, 2, 3, 4, but okay, because it'll be an array language, but good. I think we're back. If I hide all this stuff, console.log, this in here for now. I'll just delete them. I don't like leaving these things lying around. I may wind up writing them again later, but you know. Yeah, that's what I expect. And echo hello. That dies because this arity thing, XA, is not defined on line 92. Broke this. So we say x.a. And here's x.b. I was using a list of like this, but now I'm starting to use a object instead. All right, so 1, echo hello. I think this is good. Tenko test. Let's see what happens. No, x is not iterable on line 8. There, x is not iterable. Really should have used TypeScript. right, so what's happening? One works, cat works. I believe this works. No, that doesn't work. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if that works or not because I'm 2 plus 2. If we say nil, that fails. If we say nil, that's fine. So actually evaluating nil is causing a problem. And what is it causing? It says x is not iterable. Oh, I have to say item, that item, right? Because I changed again. Because I'm because I have these two forms for this. I want to like move this. I want to get rid of this concept. But that would be require changing a lot of code. I don't want to do that right now while I'm in the middle of some other work here. So that's like a refactoring that will come later. So rather than that, let's say x.t, x.a, and x.b. I don't have promises and I don't have, oh, I do have an async function somewhere. The REPL itself is async because okay. It doesn't need to be, but Node is forcing me to make it async. So the REPL is. So let's put a try catch in there. Show invalid argument, comma, comma. That tells me that this that I just did is not correct. Can you make node console show stack trace? I believe there's a command that you console log, console trace. Invalid argument. process ticks and rejection. So undefined, undefined, undefined. Okay. The most undefined, yeah, the most JavaScript thing here. I see. So it's, wait, what? I said noun and then X. Okay, so this is fine. It is a noun. Ah. I bet I have two, three. Like that's all fine. Then when I said nil, we got this. So nil. I'm in like type hell here. This is why like working without types is great, right? Until you want to change the structure of your thing, then you need to annotate everything, which I should do. I should probably just switch over to TypeScript right now, or as soon as I get this test working. I may very well do that. I don't know. So when I said 3, I got this, which is right. And then when I said this, I got this. All right, so I need to say something like, I'm not sure what's causing that behavior. It's a symbol. Okay, so nil is a symbol. This is actually probably not happening at this point, right? Because previously nil was like it was a special word that it recognized, but now nil is just a value. So rule is everything below this line is something that has to be generated by evaluating something, and everything above this line is just syntactic. So a symbol, there was a symbol NIL is a symbol, and only after I evaluate it do I realize that it's the symbol that means nil. So this probably will never happen, where it said the word nil was in here. And up here somewhere, this needs to happen. Not here. Where? Yeah, pattern matching. I was pattern matching against X somewhere to be split it up, expecting it to be a 3-element list every time. It's not. It's because I introduced this new thing. I got so tired of writing that same pattern that I introduced this. I should not have done that. I should have finished this test and then got the test passing and just kept writing it the same way, and then whatever. and then cleaned it up after I got the test passing. I should never have introduced the new data structure in the middle of my code here while I was doing something complicated. Oh well, I guess I could roll that part back, and that would probably get rid of most of my problems. Except, yeah, I see what's happening. So if it's a symbol, right? So here it's so up here X is this format, and then down here it's this format. That's what my problem is. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of let's just put X equals just plain W. And every time the word dot item appears, let's see. How about when we do that, when we say next item, instead of wrapping it in, we're let's look at every curly brace. Should never have done that. I think that was there's gotta be some place where I was using it. Dot T. I always say dot V. Oops. No dot A, no dot T. Item T, it would be 0. That's ugly too, but that's at least I'm all consistent here. Okay, and then dot item. Right. Okay, and then there was one more, which is there's dot T, dot A for the attribute, tag attribute and value. And this is the only place where it works. So this is T dot 2. Yuck. This is what led me to want to do the refactoring. Right? That's good. I say nil, that's good. And if I say echo show, good. That's the word show. All right, so now let's get rid of the console log junk. Yeah. And we get rid of this. Tanko test. right? And then I introduced the quotations. All right, so that's actually a new feature because I told it that every time I see a word, I have to evaluate it. But if I see the backtick, then we can I think we're fine. Except I just wherever I look at this eval list invalid word class. We just fall through here. Yeah. All right, so now I'm back to the test that was originally failing and that I'm trying to pass. And if I do Tanko test, I believe all the tests pass. Okay, so I rolled back and deleted the failing test. So now this was a big refactoring. I guess. Or I've introduced behavior, but as far as the test concerned, that change in behavior is not detectable. Yeah, this is too big of a step. Try catch. What else did I do? GD imp core. This does not affect anything, so that again. We can say introduce new introduce word class. No, let's actually change that. Introduce parts of speech. I'm not going to change it again. Just another refactoring. Introduce parts of speech and add JD at t.jdy. And then GD imp.eval. I'm going to commit everything except that top line that introduces the plus sign. Because that had nothing. That's for the next test. Oops, Tanko test. I see this send is not documented. On is not. Okay. GD imp eval. I think that's good now. So basically, it was mostly it was a refactoring that added a lot of machinery. But so far, it does not do anything detectable. So what do? We dispatch based on type of on part of speech. New dispatch system around part of speech. Oops, into that. And then over here, I'm going to put this back. And then I'm going to just push this code and then move newtest.org onto Implish test.org. Git stash cargo test tanko test. It's not Rust. And then git stash pop and tanko test. If I take this line out, I think everything's fine. It's just going to tell me, it's going to give me a different error saying that it doesn't know what that word means. Undefined word plus, which is exactly what it should do. So that's working. So, I don't know what I keep doing. I guess I hit Control N. I don't know why I hit Control N. Muscle memory is telling me to do that. All right, so the problem here is that yeah, so we used to print out 2, 2. Now we're printing out one number 2. And then when it sees the plus sign, it used to ignore the plus sign and then go on to the next token and then print that. But now it wants to do something with the plus sign. And so it's failing. And so what could happen, like this is a language design choice. I could say, well, okay, echo 2 plus 2 is going to echo 2 and then return whatever plus 2 is. That's a perfectly valid way of doing things. But that's not how I want it to work. If I said echo 2 semicolon plus 2, then it ought to apply, it ought to be, the English word is ambivalent, but I always say ambivalent because it's like monadic and dyadic, and I don't think it's the same meaning as the word ambivalent. But if it's both monadic and dyadic, so in J that's called ambivalent, ambivalent. Connor Hoekstra got a Twitter thing about he posted on Twitter that people were getting mad at him for saying ambivalent. And I said, that's how I say it too. It's not the word ambivalent, it's ambivalent. It's a different word with the same pun. Anyway. Yeah, but this is, so I'm explicitly calling this a dyad rather than something that's both, it's not just plus 5, it's just 2 plus 2. I'm not introducing that ambivalence yet. So what needs to happen is that when we ask for the noun, it needs to parse 2 plus 2 as a noun. And so I need to do this exact same thing, but let's call it like peak. So peak is going to return. Right, so let's do this. So let's say this. So item W, yeah, item W. That's exactly it. And then restore them, and then return peak item and peak WC. That peak item peak WC equals this item this WC. Yeah, that's exactly right. Probably not the best way to do this, but it's simple and it works. All right. Actually, let's just do it like this. That's item in word class. All right, so let res equals next item. Return res. No, we don't do that. If it's not this, if it's a noun, then we got a noun. So noun. So here we have to do this thing if the next token is an infix operator. So let p equals peak, this peak. And if p is an operator, let op equals this next item. And then res is going to be op2, right? The value, apply using this as this thing, and then the args are res and arg. And this will cascade and cause it to evaluate just like a chain of verbs and nouns with ending in a noun with the way J does. So you'll be able to say echo 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5, and it will print 10, I think. No, 15. 10 plus 4 plus 5 plus, yeah. Add, read next. Okay, so that's it. And if it's not, then we return res. I think that's good. Else. So the else for this clause, if it's not a noun, throw expected a noun got item. No, res got res. This else goes with, oops. Read a noun, but accounting for infix operators. After applying chains of infix operators. Wah, wah, wah. Else if line 67. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I screwed up and like. Okay. So this should be a comment right here, and that's the end of that. Okay. Item is not defined. Right, so let item WC X is not iterable. 31. And that is because if this at end return item null, it didn't print out the word for. Imp command should be REPL. Command should be REPL. 2 plus 2. Invalid argument JDY. Oh, but that's a different thing. Because that was when I said I wanted a noun, and here it's where if I say echo 2 plus 2, wait, what? Oh, this is okay. You're right. So this is actually happening here. I was confusing myself. This is a different case, I think, because the operators are only looked at when you say next noun, and that needs to change. Because if you're starting with a noun, then you need to do this operation as well. So maybe I need to again think of this as a parser or something. I've been at this for 5 hours. Probably my longest stream ever. I'm going to get this test passing, and then I'm going to stop. X is not iterable. All right, where I'm at here. This is where I'm at. Invalid argument in command at REPL. Also, word class is saying invalid argument. Okay, that's fine. Oh, but I know that. Okay, so word class is that, and that's actually an O, an infix operator. Infix. Transitive verb, maybe. T for transitive verb. Invalid word class. That is in what? Eval list. Yeah, this is what I was saying. So invalid word list. I need to clean this up a little bit. I need to say let this, or say, we'll say and I'm just going to extract this, or rather res equals this res. So let res equals x, and then same thing, and then return res. Set to x and next now. Okay. So then same thing here now, and that will if it is case p dot n turn modify noun x. That's not entirely valid, because like, what if it's x plus 2? That's not going to work. But again, that's not the current test, so need to resolve and then check. All right, why is this broken? Oh. False is okay, and then okay. Invalid argument top. If t is equal to t dot top, then we do this. Otherwise, we're going to do some kind of dispatch based on this. I think it's weird that I think maybe I do need to like look ahead and then figure out the rule based on the types of the classes, and then kind of do like what J does, rather than have that a call to that same thing in the same place. Invalid word class O. Okay. Eval list. Oh no. Okay, hang on a second. I'm doing this in the wrong place. This is going to be duplicated, but it will be elsewhere. Because this is only going to make sense if we have a whole bunch of tokens to evaluate. So if we're evaluating a list of tokens, then right here, we're going to say this modify noun, say this, we're going to say x equals this modify noun x. And then we're going to follow through. Okay. Better. I mean, it's different. Found me an op. That's good English. Looking for an op. So it looks for the op, but it does not find the op. Okay. Found me a peak is not rolling back the number there. I ain't done yet. That's wrong, but looking for an op, I ain't done yet. Found me a. So why doesn't it see the? Yes. Next item is the symbol. And then we roll back. Peek ahead. Is it overriding with them with null at the end of the expression? I'm not sure. The end of the expression. Found me a. Well, I think this is because whenever we say, I don't think it's overwriting it. How about we say if this at end return console.log ain't nothing to peek at. Right, so that's what's causing that to find something. So it didn't really find anything. It's just there's nothing to look at. But next item is this. Looking for an op, found it. But then why does it do it again? Yeah, I thought Node had like a debugger, but I wasn't able to get it to run. Actually, maybe it's because I was using this prompt thing. I didn't run at all. Looking for an op. Node debug. I'm not going to worry about this. Looks like there's a WebSocket based thing, but I could use a setter on the thing, but like, I might do that. I could use a setter, but looking for an op. Ain't nothing to peek at. Okay, so found me a. Oh wait, hang on a second. Lowercase p WC, the WC looking for an op. Next item is peek result. So not found. That's just not being silly. Peek and saw this is not right. Why is it? It's returning the wrong thing. This next item. So this should be X. Console.log. This item. This WC. This should work. Okay, that's right. That's what I expect. It peeked and saw a dyad. When you return console log comma something, the comma operator causes you to evaluate the thing on the left. Double check my assumption here. So if we say X equals console.log hello, comma 3, I would expect X to be 3. Ah! We say X equals 2. X equals 2. Oh, so this binds tighter than that. Okay, that's thanks. That's it. Yeah. Well, maybe because of return, but I think that there we go. No, peeked and saw this. Peeked and saw this item, this W. I'm doing something incredibly stupid here. I have to be. Maybe, no? I would expect these two things to be exactly the same. Peek item and peek WC. Okay, 2 plus 2. Exactly the same. Okay. What? Same thing. Peek item, peek WC. Same thing, yes, right? This is stupid, isn't it? It's because I'm not quoting the... It's because I'm doing this? Like what? What? Can I undefined setting 2 at line 55? Something's going... This works. You can absolutely do that, but I bet it's the word this. Like if you say x equals this or equals this, and you say like x dot a, x dot b, x dot c equals 1, 2, 3, that's fine. But if you say x equals this, what is this? Okay. But if you say this dot b, this dot c, 1, 2, 3. But sometimes, like if you don't, I thought I was being very careful. Like I'm always using these little things that bind the word this to the current object. Pass it down. Whenever I do apply, I do that. Like here, this works just fine. But wait, like why should that be any different? Cannot create property 2 on number 1. $58. Figure this out. Why doesn't this work? Why does this give? I have no idea. No clue. I also don't care. I mean, I kind of care. I'm kind of curious, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. Mysteries of JavaScript. Enco test. All 3 tests pass. Okay, so now we can. That's just baffling to me. I'm gonna have to figure that out at some point because that's just crazy. But now we can do lists. We print nil, it doesn't print anything. Multiple expressions, nouns after one after another gives you the last noun. I wanted to do this. This is a new test. Strands. Nope. Oh, this name is strands. Oh, but hang on a second. Check in the code. Ah, come on. You press some key and it's like, it's not Control Q and it's not, I don't know. It won't let me type anything. I don't know what I press. Control S, yeah, to suspend the output. But how do you undo? How do you deal with that? Control Q, Control X. What's the antidote to Control S? I don't even know what I'm doing right now. I've been at this for like way too long, almost 6 hours. I'm gonna stop here. Yeah, I think it's Control Q in the shell, but not in this shell, not in this terminal, not in Git Bash for some reason. We have another weird error. Cannot work. All right, so press enter to restart. cdd ver Implish. Another weird error, which I looked up earlier, was if you say echo hello, which I did the wrong way, through node imp command mjs. Standard in is not a a teletype. If you go into like PowerShell, at least what I read is that this is a Git Bash issue. cd ver Implish echo, is that PowerShell? Hello. Like, that works. So it's something in Git Bash is doing weird things with, like, for Windows is doing weird things with like stuff. Because this should work. It would work in other places. I think the Git Bash program is just a little wacky. It doesn't do things quite the way other things do. But I'm glad that you said that, because it drives me nuts all the time, and I thought it was Control Q too. Okay, so what did I do? Yeah, so basically look ahead. So what we call process, consume infix, or use say noun phrases can process noun phrases with infix ops. Git add that's it. Yeah, git commit -m process nouns phrases with infix. Transitive verbs, I should call them. Operator sounds just fine. So I want to do the 2 + 2 thing, or the yeah. Usually I use like a little shell. I don't know why I'm not. Usually I'm in my my terminal that is like I just use a secure shell and talk to my Linux box. I don't know why I'm not doing that today. I guess maybe because I'm using this, but even then I could save it across SFTP or something. Whatever. And this was more like expository. I don't think it really adds value to the code. Let me look over the list of things on my to-do list here. I might just wrap this up, or I might just do this one. I was gonna put to-do strands. It goes up here. It doesn't matter. So what do we have? So this is done. This is done. Function call. We can print echo hello. That's done. So then this would be 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it should just print out 1, 2, 3, 4 as opposed to 4 right now. So that's going to fail by printing out 4. That's done. And then we could even say, we could do strand math or whatever. I don't like this test format because it's like redundant. You have to put the headline here, and then you have to give it a name. And so if we say 1 plus that, we should say 3, 4, 5. That's the goal. And in fact, oh, that's fine. Maybe you should be able to get the same thing with bang of 4. That should be 1, 2, 3, 4. Say vector math. So this is, first of all, we should probably ignore comments. Ignore comments. So say name echo comment. So how about we say echo, this is a comment. I don't think I'm going to do this now. I think I'm just going to like, and hello. Howdy. Hi. Hi. And then also, you ought to be able to call show. So you ought to be able to call two verbs together. So if the thing you are, when you look for the next noun and you see a verb instead, verb. So if we say echo show, echo show hi, or echo show hello, this should say hello in quotes rather than that. And I don't think it does. Well, why would it? Right. Because, yeah, expected a noun, you got a verb, right? So it needs to say, okay, well, I got a verb. Now I got to look ahead and evaluate that verb. And like, I think I'm going to stop like relatively soon. I'm not going to implement these things tonight. I'm just going to like think about this because I need to like do some, like, you know, the way Jay handles it, it like looks at the type of each word up ahead and it like figures out how to combine each, you know, well, I mean, it's working right to left rather than left to right, but it looks ahead and figures out what to do. And I think it comes up with a plan, or it comes up with a pattern and applies a rule based on that pattern. And I think that's sensible. So arithmetic, I don't have anything under here, so that's already done. Ambivalent or ambivalent operators. So x plus y is addition, plus x is transpose, or plus space x is transpose, or conjunction, or not, what's the word? Not conjunction, but something to do with complex numbers. What does J do? What did J software? Conjugate. Complex conjugate. Fork strains and J. Yeah. K is a much simpler language. And in fact, I plan to, well, this is a more complicated language because it doesn't have parentheses. Although my hope is that almost any K thing that you put in here will translate. I don't know if that's going to work or not, but including like projections and stuff, like K syntax. This should be a superset of K syntax, unless there are things that I haven't thought of that would prevent that. Of course, what version of K, you know, maybe that doesn't really matter. Yeah, so I really want to get into like proofs so that you can, you know, like this is a quotation here. So if you say 2 plus 5, hello, banana, like that should all just be parsed as a single quotation, and it's just ignored, which it is. And so now you can have your program as data, and so you should be able to write proofs about your program, or you know manipulate it and prove things symbolically about your program if you had some proof rules, some evaluation rules, and some inference rules. So I hope to do that. But yeah, I think I'm done for today. I got a lot of stuff to do. This thing about the strands is not that hard. You just put it in the tokenizer, I guess. or I do plan this for this to be like a multi-level language. So like maybe strands are a concept in Implish, but the underlying base syntax is just keep it as simple as possible. So it's just space separated tokens with matching delimiters and strings. Yeah. All right, I'm done with this. I thank you everybody for hanging out and watching and helping me debug my stupid mistakes. Yep, this is up here at on GitHub at Tangent Code Implish. You can check it out and let me know what you think. And there's also, if you go to tangentcode.com, I have a tangentcode.com. Hello, someone's coming in. If you go to community, you can join our Discord or an announcement list when things are setting up. And I will probably be back here tomorrow, depending on the weather. It's like blizzard outside. So, hey, sweetie. And my daughter is here, so I'm going to end this and say thanks again for watching, and I will see you again soon.